Good morning, good morning. Let's beat the phone before it gets out of control. Do a sound check. How's the mic this morning? Am I good on Discord and YouTube? Music volume, is that alright? Tick strike, not too loud. Let's get this all out of the way now before it's too late. All good? Alright. So, it's gonna be kind of awkward today. We have basically 50-50 volume on the Z contract and the H contract. Basically split across the board, even liquidity. So I'm not too sure what people are going to be doing, but I could see a lot of questions about why do our charts look different today. Depending on if your program's auto rolled your contract or not. So I'm gonna have both charts up off and on for those that are asking questions, but the only one that I have done so far is the ES chart. I'm gonna have to work on the Russell and NQH contracts. Because as of right now, those are basically even. So I don't really want to have to realize. Sorry, I don't really want to have to redo all of these because we've been putting in like a couple months worth of work on them. Last week was a disaster. Oh no. What did you struggle with? What did you come up with on your review? Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, that's one of the hardest battles, is that just being able to F off and go touch grass. Just take your bag and run. The sooner you realize, the less time that you're in the market, the less exposure you have, the better off you are for the most part. Like, is your reason for being here to sit in front of your screen for 12 hours a day, or is it for the ability to make your money and then go do what you want to do, you know? So that continue to remind yourself of that, and when you have a good morning, you know, you can just be like, okay, I had my morning, I made my money, I did what I set out to do, now I can leave because I have an understanding that the market will be here tomorrow, right? Just like writing that down or doing what you need to do, whatever helps you the most to get that mentality across is what's going to be key for you. That's like a personal battle. But it's something that we all have to work on. It's just like reminding ourselves we're here to compound, not win the lottery in a day. So I think an easy thing that I usually get on and look at in the morning to determine where the hell we're going, or like what's a potential low. I'm just gonna do this. Let me duplicate. And then we're gonna go to a one pane. Yes, Z. These are our levels from Friday, I believe, but they should still have something.
So looking now at the market on open imbalance, it's currently sitting at 110 million to the sell side.
So we need to be able to push over this node here at this 605 for any sort of idea that we're going to get any upside. We can see a very clear node that's formed overnight. Oops, wrong tool. A very clear node, right? This being our POC and our VWAP. So this is your first kind of like line in the sand that we're going to need to be able to look into and then not reject down from, which is what we're testing right now. So we need to see a look above here, the ability to hold and then push. Your first target being the 607, like 50. The ability to then hold here and then build above. This is going to be our like real test to see if we've got any sort of room out of this range. It's just basically acceptance on the top side of this node. Right now we're showing acceptance on the low, right? So if we're building below here and we're failing to get back over our mid, then there is a pretty good chance that we start to chop here and then push back down to these lows to fill back out this range that we're kind of trapped in. On every look above, we've kind of failed, and now we're making these lower highs and lower lows, just kind of channeling down slowly. So it's really important that we build above this node and show acceptance back above or for any sort of upside continuation, or we'll continue to just kind of move within these two pivots. I think it's very obvious on the H contract from the settling period that we can just mark as our first pivot. So if we go into the H contract, which a lot of people have rolled to today, you have this pivot between 59 and 60.25 where we have a seller clearly positioned. This is just the settle from Z to H. We need to see a push above this level, the ability to then hold and then push over the 63. Until we see 63 become supportive, we don't really have many upside targets here. This is kind of the high of our range. So until 63 becomes supportive on the H contract, you don't really have longs. There's really not much there. All we're looking for right now is just how we react at this Globex low at 52s, right? We have this little pivot here, and the current trading range is between this pivot, this purple pivot, and this blue pivot. Until we see acceptance below, then we can look for this 46. Until then, we're basically waiting to see if we can find acceptance above this 60.25 to 63 area. This being our major pivot for more upside. Until then, you're looking for buyers to defend this 53.25, 52 area on ES, and sellers to defend this 59 to 60 area on ES. That's basically it. There's really not much here until we show either acceptance below the mid of this range or above the high. Good morning, good morning.
So just as an early heads up for our users, our very own Tony is going to be hosting a live stream tomorrow ahead of the US CPI release. So starting at 8 AM Eastern Time, can trade US CPI with us live on YouTube with our very own Tony. Again, the live video is available on the feed for anybody interested. No sign up required, and it is completely free as well. So again, live videos on the feed if you want to get tuned in ahead of this.
Yeah, I can lower it. Is any questions about the ranges or the areas that I've said to look out for? Surely we can see so far, even already, like them being respected. So again, we just need to see like a push over that 60-25, and then kind of a build between the 60 to 63 on the H contract for a push out. Or this is kind of the high. We can see the seller is clearly defending up here. So until we can push above, this is just your first risk off, and you look for a look back below for a showing that this wants to continue to range here, right? Just as what happened in this section right before, right? We get our look, then we get a push below, you get your retest, your reoffer, and then you get your push down. It's exactly what happened right here. So if this is going to hold, right, and you don't want to play off that edge, then you wait for this look below, and then the ability for this to then, for sellers to then defend this 59 level for a continuation down. Just as they did right before. Right back down to the low. Nah, there's really not much here unless you're trying to short. Your buy-in was down here at this 53. So there's really not much now. You're basically just waiting to see if there's acceptance or if this sells again. So really the only two trades I'm looking for is buyers to show their hand, and on a look above, a really strong rebid here, right? Just as we have drawn for an attempt, because then we can have our stop at this low at the 59. We haven't shown that buyers want to hold this yet with enough excitement, or a push over the 63 and then hold for a long. We've missed the opportunity, right? So you're either looking for a steeper pullback and a more aggressive buyer to step in, or for price to push back below this 59 level and then to short back down, which is what is probably more likely going to happen. We'll see though. There's not a great opportunity as of right now. Just have to be patient now that we missed the low, which was a easily identifiable area. I usually don't take a trade until first 30 minutes into the market, till we get a clearer direction and like our IBs have kind of like shown where they're going to be, like our initial balances and our opening ranges and all of that. Don't need to be in every rotation, just need to be in a couple smart trades a day. get my points, get the hell out. I don't think there's anything wrong with trying here, but you just have to be willing to admit when you're wrong if we push back below 59s. That's really all it is. Because, like, we're still in resistance here. So as long as you're, like, understanding the risk, right, which is you're looking for price to be able to hold here at this 59 to 60, and then your first risk off is into 63. As long as you're, like, under that, like, you have that framework, this trade's fine. But if you're willing to wait for the breakout of this range and acceptance above or below, you know, that's just as fine. Just really, what's your trade plan, and do you understand your invalidation and why you're taking the trade? I'm sure Sauce does, but he's not going to be up for another couple hours. Appreciate you, man. It is really weird that my drawings are popping up on both contracts. I don't like that at all. So, like, on the Z contract, I think that this probably was a bit cleaner, where we just bounced the glowback slow, like, to the T on retest. So to me, like, the Z contract still has better pivots to play off of. We have a very clear node that we're playing around, and we're just basically waiting for a shift, right, below or above this. So for, like, me personally, I will probably be using Z on the day, but I do just want to make sure that you guys have levels for this, right, for H. Yeah, well, you have the problem is that it's split between two contracts. So volume is going to be a weird metric today. It's basically equal between both. Even like liquidity wise, like it's very evenly split. Like this is ESH. And this is...
Shortly expecting the Bank of England gilt sale results for the week.
Like even here, just like this is very evenly split between the two. It's following our plan so far though on the day, which is a hold of this 59.60. You just need to see it look above that 63 and then bid there. Until then, you're still just kind of trapped. Which is why I said you could probably play off this 59 level as your low, but the are you happy enough just being in at the, the local low and then getting chopped up for the next 40 minutes between these in this like 3-point range? Or do you want to wait until we see a push out of this area and then a buyer step in and then an immediate move out, right? Just depends on what you're in for. Personally, I'm not looking to be in this trade because we haven't shown acceptance, right? We're trying, right? But as
So
right
the
now,
Bank
we're
of
just
England
like
sells
eating the sell side
£670
liquidity.
million of bonds in auction after receiving £1.4 billion in bids, with an APF gilt sale operation cover ratio of 2.09.
Which isn't great. RTY is starting to diverge to the downside on a push below VWAP. Never a good sign. You don't really want to see it go much lower than this. You want to see a buyer step in very, very soon. I don't think I would want it lower than this 78.3. Really. Goes any lower than that, then I think you probably get some follow through from ES and NQ. For the most part, I'm a big believer in waiting for the first, if you don't see an immediate trade or if you miss the low off of a very obvious point of liquidity, like at this 600 on ESC, at just the Globex low retest, then you kind of just need to be patient and wait to see what participants want to do. Instead of getting caught in the chop, just let these boys figure out what they want to do and then wait for this kind of consolidation to end, and then wait for, try your hand at the next pop. So either like this is the top of the range, or we'll push above and then hold, and then that'll give A nice move. What's your test on the Russell into that 78.3? Also just like Globex low on ESC. Or I'm sorry, on RTYZ. Was the newsletter on H or Z? Do you guys know? Anyone who read? What did Mario cover? So he's still doing analysis for the Z contract, so there's no reason to switch yet. Now that I'm looking. Just want to make sure I'm on the same page as him. Oh boy. Russell's still falling. By far the best leading laggard signal. Right, we started to see that weakness. We called it. Now you're just waiting for those pullbacks to see if buyers are willing to participate back at these lows, or if we're going to get rejections. So on like the H contract, you're looking at that 59 area as your rejection point and continuation down. On ES, you're watching this 604, 605 area for the seller to basically be sitting here on offer for continuation back down to the bottom of our range. Waiting to see if the Russell bottoms here for a double bottom at opening range low. Need to see it back over a Globex low for continuation. So still just a waiting game, patience, but this is where you're looking for sellers to get their secondary lower high, right? This is it. If they're going to do it, you would want them to do it here on this retest and then a rejection. If you're on Z contract, we're just watching the 602 level, seeing if we if this continues to hold, or on a push below, if this is now resistance for a test into Globex low at 99.5. Here's your retest. Coming up in. See if our sellers are willing to hold down this as a lower high. Nice. I don't have Pro though. Is this gonna have a ton of ads? Just YouTube? I don't know. I mean, we can try. But if it's gonna like start blasting like ads, then we're gonna have issues. I'll give it a shot. Yeah, no ads that you're gonna get paid for, but you never know with these platforms. We'll try this. If it's... don't waste your time if this works. I appreciate you. Yeah, just back up to the top of range. Russell still sideways, rejecting Globex low. I think this probably comes back down if NQ catches any sort of sell. We're very dependent on the Russell basically just holding here, and for NQ to be able to continue momentum at opening range high, or we'll just completely sell back down. Because the Russell isn't a part of this move, it's just tech. So if tech can't continue to continue this momentum, then there's nothing. Like, I'm more, I'll be waiting for this Russell to show that it wants to push back over Globex high, or sorry, Globex low here, and then build for pushback up to at least VWAP to tell me that we're bullish. It's fine where it's holding, but again, like if NQ loses any sort of steam and we push back below, then this is just going to come back down. Hopefully that was a good enough example. You need to see NQ catch a bid here. You don't want it to go any lower. This is ES VWAP on the Z contract and NQ opening range high retest, as well as our 15-minute halfway back. So this is where you'd want a higher low to kind of be able to defend itself if it was going to. You don't want to see it reject this 150 on NQ on this retest as I've drawn. Right, you don't want this rejection here. Yeah, good. Now we'll see if it can hold on retest. Semis are running. AMD almost 132. Nice. It's the leading sector on the day. So again, like tech, semis that are carrying the market right now, with energy, materials, financials, utilities, gas, communications, gold. All of these are red. So as soon as tech loses any sort of steam, market into the gutter. You need NQ to be able to carry today. And we aren't seeing it as of yet. We need to see a bit more momentum for me to be confident that this is going to be a tech rallying kind of day. But we do understand that that's where the momentum is currently in the market. And so we can watch a couple underlyings, or just NQ really, but just like Microsoft, Apple, Tesla. And if those continue to show some strength, then we can play it up. But as soon as those start to show weakness into their individual pivots, then we'll know that tech's probably coming into a topping. And that if tech doesn't have momentum and the Russell and financials and energy continue to show weakness, then everything's weak, then that's when the market really pushes down. But as long as like the 5 tech names continue to rally, the market can go up or sideways. And personally, I don't think that there's been a great trade today, other than if you bought the double bottom at open. Right now, it's just slow. Ooh, I like that you changed it to acquaintances. It's good, Gav. Great job, man. With the contracts having even volume being traded, what's great is that you can long on one and short on the other, and surely I'll be right in one of them, you know? Huge gamba today. That's... Don't do that, please. What could go wrong, right? Might actually have to look at some stocks today for direction. Let's look at some sectors. So you have energy and financials trying to bottom out and push here. Let's see if they can do it. Tech, selling off. Microsoft sideways. But Tesla, Apple, Nvidia, all selling. Need to find a low here. At our first target at this 63 on ESH. Again, you need to see a push above this, where this is kind of our high on ESH. You need to see a push above, and then the ability to then hold this as supportive or move up into our 66.5. Three pains are kind of scuffed today, Gav, because we're trading equal volume on the Z and H contract. So you can switch. The three pane works fine.
S&P 500 briefly crosses July intraday trading high to hit the highest level of the year, last up 0.1% at 4,606 points.
If you don't want to use the Z contract, there's this really cool thing where you can just switch from the Z to the H by typing it in. And what do you know? The H is already plotted for you. Huge. Wow. So that's all on the same pane for you. If the Russell can hold here at Globex low, like it's trying to, then we can see more upside. We don't need tech to carry. We just need it to go sideways. We're looking for ES to be able to hold this opening range high at 608.75, and for the Russell to be able to maintain a higher low bid here. This is an important inflection point. So we'll be watching this for that push and then hold if it can do it. This is Russell coming into VWAP. This is what we had drawn out. This is your node that we need to see us be able to push above and show that it wants some upside continuation. So we got our bounce at our 73.1. We are now back. We need to see a push above this now, and then the ability to hold and then go for continuation higher. That is kind of your idea here. If it's going to, or this will just reverse, right? As this is your seller reoffer. So we really want to see acceptance back above VWAP now, where we are currently trying to trade into. Again, for this kind of scenario to play out, what we're looking for is 90% of my trades as of late have just been waiting for the Russell to bottom out and then create a higher low, which is what we've done. So the Russell was leading us down. We found a bottoming. We then saw a higher low form, the ability to recover and hold Globex low, right? Now we're looking to push and find acceptance. We're not dependent on tech, right? But we still do need tech to basically just oscillate here or keep trending up higher. So we're going to be looking for tech to basically maintain higher lows. That's really it. As the Russell is able to push up, that will lead to upside on NQ and ES. But we do need to still see at these pivot points for RTY and NQ to be able to maintain these higher lows for that trend continuation to be possible. So that we will be watching now that we are at these inflection points. What happens, right? Because if RTY rejects and NQ rejects at the same time and we get weakness in both at our pivot highs, right, that indicates that we'll probably be coming into the high. Like, this is it. right? So we'll be really watching what happens on these pullbacks to determine if we will see any sort of continuation up. This is where I start to get interested in a position, because now we have the Russell and NQ kind of moving together.
So we're looking now to the fear and greed
Jesus.
index, currently
So
sitting
loud.
at 67 out of 100, which indicates greed, while the crypto fear and greed index is at 74 out of 100, which also indicates greed. Keeping an eye on the VIX as well, while speaking on volatility, it's currently up around 4.7%, trading at around 12.93.
See if buyers step in. You don't want to price to get below this 60.25 to 59, right? This is where you want to see bids now hold, or you get into this trouble where we fill this LVN, right? This is now where you want to see buyers continue to defend. And you want to see a push over the 63 on this H, or again, this is still our high of this range that we've kind of marked out. And for the Z contract, we're just watching to see what happens here, basically. So can we maintain above and then build a higher low at that 608.75? Or on a push below, does this become resistance? And then do we look for a push down? Right? That's it. This is our pivot. So just kind of waiting. So your test above 63s on the H contract. Still trading within that range that we talked about on NQ, right? With that 51 being our low, and still maintaining this seller above. So there's really no change as of yet. We're just kind of oscillating in between these two. Russell failing to get back over VWAP, Not a great sign. But we do just need it to hold higher lows. Oof, that was loud. I'm gonna turn that down. It's just the stupid trading view alerts notification is so loud. Another bounce at this 51.25 one in queue, but if we fail to push back over these like 62s and get back over the mid of this range, you need to be very careful. Right, like right here, we need to see acceptance back above this. We start to like make these lower highs, which is what we're starting to visually see, right? Seller kind of stepping in and moving the offer slowly down. Not great. If you're bullish, you don't want to see like price get pushed below this and then reject at the low of where these buyers have been present, especially with like these lower highs starting to be put in this node, and then the failure at the mid. You can get like a liquidity grab back down below and then pop us up, but just something to start paying attention to whenever you start to see kind of this slow down and then failure to get back up and a bit above. Yeah, there's really not much to talk about today. Like, we know that we're at the high of our range as of right now. You're just waiting to see if... Oops. If buyers can maintain up here, right? All we're trying to do is, can we find acceptance on buy side up into this high, right? Can we build here? Can we then pop and then go for a continuation? If we can do this, then patience will pay off, and then we can play back up, right? But if buyers fail, and we start to build below and fail to maintain above, right, after trying an attempt here, right? So if all of this becomes offsides, and then we fail to push back over this 59 to 60, then we look for continuation down. And that would lead to a move back down to the bottom of our range. So you have to be very patient here if you're not in down at this 52.53 on the H contract, or you have to be willing to just kind of play off of VWAP as your supportive bid, right? Like there's really not much else here. Either you're waiting for the break above and hold, right, showing that buyers are willing to bid up here at the top of our range, this red box being the high of our range, this green box being the low of our range. Or you're just being patient. Like that's it. There's really not much else here. It's just what's your view on the market? NQ back to the bottom of its range at this 51. See if it'll stay bid. Watching the Russell here as well. Now on this look below Globalex low. Do we reject? Again, we have NQ and we have RTY both making lower highs off of that rejection. So if this continues to be the trend, right, we are starting to form that selling channel down. So we really need to see a buyer step up here and push us back over, or this will lead to, most likely lead to a new low if we can't maintain here. Your NQ retest on the look below. Now you're watching to see if sellers can hold the bottom of this range, right? This is our distribution that we are trading within. We're now testing the low tail, right? Do we reject this and then push down? Or can we push back up and get back over 60s? We were able to catch this weakness early by just understanding where the high and low of our range was, and then watching to see what our reactions were into these areas, right? And then we started to see these lower highs being put in off of these reactions.
IMF's Gopinath says global losses could be 2.5% to 7% of global GDP if the economy fragments into two blocks over the Ukraine war. And Gopinath says, I'm beginning to see signs of fragmentation in global economy with meaningful shifts in underlying bilateral trade.
Mm. On what? You're looking for the Russell to fail to hold here and then push below. That'll be a better sign. Right now, you're just looking for buyer relief, in my opinion. We're at VWAP at ES, so kind of an awkward place to try to short. Like, this is where buyers either defends or we chop. Maybe I wasn't clear when I was talking about these lower highs, but like this is, you just trended down back to support. So like your time to short was at Russell VWAP or at this 63 that we mentioned on the SH as the high, right? There's no short here because this is support. So 63 is your high until proven otherwise. So now you're, again, at support. Until you see the push below this node and then the hold, right? This becoming offer. This is a long, not a short. So we're following this path, right? This is... Nothing's changed from what our plan. Seller still positioned at 63s until you see a push, a aggressive push above, and then a hold. This is your first risk off, if long. Yeah, you're just gonna have to see what happens here. The 170 on the retest of the highs. If we can get back over the 60. It's just celery offer right now. Looks fine though. Just watching really what happens into Russell VWAP. Yeah, well, YM is just like 6 tech names and then like 2 gas names. So it makes sense because tech is leading on the day. Back to the top of our range on NQ with this 170. Need to see if we can break. Russell at our pivot. Do I need to make this stand out more? There you go. Why does that look purple? Oh. Because colors. Got it. Well, it's just YM is such a small metric. You just have like the big baddies in there. That's it, right? So this is why I look at Russell over YM for the most part, because we already have NQ. So like, you have like only the major discretionaries in there. Like, it's just not. So like, yeah, of course it's leading, because if like the big boys are leading the market, then yeah, YM's gonna look great. No, yeah, no, I get you. I'm just saying it's like it's like the biggest names in each sector. That's it. No simps here, Roy. You get a ban as well. We're basically just looking for buyers to be able to maintain 150 on NQ. Right? We just want to be able to hold the bottom of this range that we've identified. Just gonna put a little box there just to give you an idea. And we're looking for, like, we've identified this as our oscillation, right? And we're looking for extremes on the outside of this range for direction decisions, with the blue being our mid. So what you want to see is for, on a retest at this, for sellers to then fail, or sorry, for buyers to fail and then push down. But until then, like, we're looking at this as kind of like an excess and then a liquidity grab and a push back up to our high. And now up here, we're looking to see what happens at our mid. Do sellers reject us in the middle of this range? And does that lead to a push below for a retest? Or can we find acceptance back above, right, for a push up into this? And we're just trading these edges. There's not much here. I'm just trying to like illustrate why we care about these levels. It's like there's very clearly a seller right here, which is why we've labeled this 170.50, and we've labeled this 151, 148 area as our buyer, because this is where a buyer is attempted multiple times here. This is where our seller was positioned. Then we've seen multiple attempts to hold this, and then failures on a push below led to downside back to our liquidity below that. So it's just a level that I care about to kind of determine which way we're headed. Nah, it is not. Just leading it down. Fill in the gap. That's just what we were talking about. Like, if tech isn't going to carry, then you need to see the Russell breakout and energy and financials start to give way. That's because we've lost all momentum on tech names and semis from this morning, from that little pump. Which is why I just don't believe in tech-based rallies as of late. They don't last. But all that we need to happen is for NQ to basically just oscillate, and then the Russell to be able to make higher lows. So we're still just waiting for direction. Like, I'm gonna keep repeating myself, but like, if you're willing to try like this 59 to 60 25, this little blue box, this is like your buying area. There's no short until we push below and then reject off of this. This is only at a long attempt area, like a point of risk, where you're attempting a long, you're risking off into the 63, or you're waiting for 63 to become supportive for a larger move out. Like, that's it. There's nothing else here. So if you're unwilling to be patient and wait for either one of these edges, then you need to just close the stream, close your charts, and think about something else. I don't know what to tell you. We've given the exact levels. This is your node that you're playing around. Either we're below and we hold, or we're above and we hold. Until then, we're oscillating in between 59 and 63. How many times can I do the same drawing over and over again? Like, you're crazy if you're shorting VWAP. You don't know how to trade if you're shorting VWAP. We would definitely look to buy on edges, correct, in the opposite directions. Buy as and get into a play. Yeah, you're definitely looking to attempt to get in at the edges for a push back up. Or you're looking for a push below the edge, and then for sellers to, or buyers to defend on either side. Right, that's what a rebid or a reoffer is. You see why you attempt these edges though? Like this, until you are proven wrong, we understand that a buyer is positioned here. We understand a seller is positioned here. So until we are seeing something, until the market shows us otherwise, we know that an offer is sitting here to fill contracts and to get people out of a trade. And we know that buyers are trying to get into a trade here. So until we see a shift in this structure, we need to be respecting that in our trade plan. And so we are risking on here, we are risking off here. And if we see a sell below, we then watch to see at that level we thought was our buyer to be our seller. And if they defend it, right, sellers are here now instead of up here, we know that seller value is shifted lower. And that we now need to change our bias because the auction has now shifted with us. So if sellers are no longer up here at this edge and they're now where we thought our buyer was, well, what does that mean? Well, that means that there's been a shift in the auction, right? if buyer value is now seller value, well, where is buyer value now? Well, look left. Well, we see that buyer value was down here. So if seller value is here, then we should be expecting buyer value to be down here. Does that make sense? It's just a shift in the auction between our nodes. So this is the node we're currently trading. This is the previous node. So if this becomes our top pivot, then we need to shift where our value has gone, right? To the low edge of that node. This is your first risk off into Globex high here at 66.5 on the H contract. I'm out 1 here on NQ. I have 1 left. All I did was buy this low of this pivot that we were talking about. And I'm looking for a push up into ADR. So we are at target here on both H and Z contract. Globex high on Z and on H. So we're just looking to see if we can find acceptance above now and a push out. For people who are new and don't really understand like my trading philosophy, you're new to the stream or new to our community, I am all about just finding our value areas and then just trading the current auction and being willing to reverse my position if what we're looking for doesn't happen, right? Reactionary wise, like we're watching for participants in very key zones. We're determining where value is historically and then watching to see reactions into those areas and trading according to those range, those edges, and putting risk on or taking risk off at those edges. So if I give you, 3 key levels and we trade around them, that's it, right? Like we're just, that's the trade. Like if 59 to 60, if a point and a quarter of risk isn't in your, if this isn't a small enough risk to put a trade on in this area, then you should be looking for the larger reactionary trades, right? On this push above, we're now looking for like a retest and a push out of this area. But I try to give like very small areas of risk. Just a very tight pivot that we can then trade around to then figure out which way we're going to head. And you'll get it. Just follow along more. Watch the stream, see how it works, understand why we're looking at these areas. I personally don't think you should be looking to trade off of anything that we talk about on here until you understand how long we expect to be in a trade and the reactions that we're looking for. So the more that I explain these, the more that we talk about them and go over what price action looks like around there, right? And the specific reactions that we're looking for, you probably shouldn't be looking for a similar trade, right? Because you don't understand why we're taking it. So I think it's just a practice kind of thing. We're at NQ ADR. So this is why it's our first risk off into NQ. Understanding that this is our zone low at ORH. This is where we got into the trade. This was our first risk off into this 170. And now we're watching to see what happens into this ADR. If you guys remember from Friday, we went over what ADR was, but it's just the average daily range. So we have an ADR high and an ADR low that are represented by a red box and a green box. Red being the high, green being the low. And that's just basically the either 10 or 14 day average price movement of whatever instrument that we're looking at. It just takes in, you know, the average amount of movement that in this example, NQ has moved in the last 14 days, and then creates a zone above and below, right? Giving us an idea of how much on average NQ has moved in that period, and it usually moves about the same amount. Market doesn't just go up, market doesn't just go down, it rotates, right? And so we move in kind of like percentage rotations. And so if we can have an idea of like when we've broken out of the daily range and we're continuing to trend, then we have momentum. So for NQ, for example, let's just make this full size so you can get an idea. This is the daily range that was given, right? So we're now at the high. So for continuation's sake, you need to see a push above this red box, and then the ability to then show this as supportive, right? Or this is going to rotate back down. Because we are now at the high. So it's a good area to risk off until we see acceptance above, and the ability, like the showing that we're not going to respect the average movement on whatever instrument we're looking at. So it's just a good risk off until proven otherwise. And all we're looking for is for like price to kind of flag out, right? And then flag, 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 fix some of the structure, pop, push, flag, continuation, see what happens into this liquidity that's here. If it's going to come back down at all, we'd be watching that area. But with the understanding that like we're at our ADR. And so now it's just what is our reaction from here, right? So for stronger pullbacks that are still bullish, I'd be watching this area here. Just gonna mark it and then delete this blue box. I'd be watching for liquidity grabs. Look for buy side here. This is like on a stronger pullback. This is where I'd be watching for a buyer to try to step in and then defend this position. It would be a dip into this. If we don't need that dip, that's fine. It's whatever. We're on a runner. But we're basically just watching to see if we can push over this 199 and then show acceptance for a push up into 217. And then we look for a flag to form and for this to become supportive at this 208, 210 area for a bounce and continuation up. That's really it. Is it correct to say that trading is a reactive game rather than being a proactive all the time? At least I see the being reactive and wait for the right time to enter pays. Yeah, well, so I think it's a bit of both. I'd say being proactive would be having a plan, right? And having levels marked and understanding where we're looking for price to kind of gravitate towards. but be reactive in the zones of interest that we care about. Does that make sense? So we've now designated an area, this 179 to 169, a 10-point range in which we are going to be reactive, right? But we were proactive by drawing out and looking for that area if we were going to get a larger pullback, understanding where we're looking to look for a trade on a reaction or on a pushback into this area. We'll now be watching the DOM and seeing how price reacts here. We understand that short term that we are watching for this area to be defended. We see that this was our seller. It is then flipped to our buyer. And so now you're watching this 191 on NQ to continue to catch a bid, right? And we can see that on our node here as well, where we're watching to see this area kind of get fleshed out and for buyers to defend here. And we don't want to see this short-term pivot. Just going to highlight it like this. Turn into resistance, because if it does, right, if this pops below and then starts to chop here where this previous buyer was, then we're going to look for that push down. So like we understand where our short-term pivots are. We can then watch the market in that area. But if we start to see this weakness where we start to see these lower highs form from an area that we care about, right, this ADR, then it's the same setup as what we saw here, where we came up to our price target. We then saw a seller start to step in and create these lower highs, showing us that they are now in control, right? And they create that selling channel down. And now we have to watch for where previous value was before, and then look to see our reactions in that area for a pushback up. So it's a bit of a mix, right? But it's all about having a plan and then paying attention into those areas. For this example, we're going to be looking to enter. We can look to take a first entry as we touch this, but understand that price probably is going to push down to fill this gap, and that you want to be putting on most of your risk on a push into this area and then the ability to then form a higher low, right? So this is our first reaction here into this 179. So we're getting that first initial reaction. It's fine to put on risk here, but understand that we have more that we can come down into this, and you want to be buying on the right side of the V. So a good rule of thumb is understanding that we're making lower highs. So a seller is still control, and we can see that the offer is still shifting lower and lower and lower. But this is an area where we want to be able to put on risk. So we're going to be watching
from the New York
for a buyer to step
November
in.
1 year ahead, expected
initially.
Inflation the lowest since April of 2021 at 3.4% versus 3.6% in October. Survey respondents' views on the labour market were mixed in the month of November, according to the New York Fed. And November 5-year ahead inflation expectations remain unchanged at 2.7%. So again, unchanged at 2.7% for 5-year ahead inflation expectations. New York Fed note that November 3-year ahead expected inflation also unchanged at 3%. And again, the November year ahead expected rent is the lowest since January of 2021. So that's at 8% from 9.1% in October. The New York Fed survey note that the November year ahead expected gasoline prices at 4.5% from 5% in October.
Okay. So what we're looking for here is for buyers to be present in this area, but we understand that we're still in a seller controlled push downwards, right? So what we're looking for is an initial reaction in this area and for buyers to be present, but you want to make sure that we're on the right side of this trade. And so you can either put risk on here, right? Initial risk in at this like 74 to 180 area. But what you're really watching for is the ability to break this downtrend and then hold this 179.50 now, or a push up and then bid off of, right? You want to be on the right side of the V, which is what this is kind of representing. But as long as you're respecting this area, right, 10 points of risk isn't terrible for a push back up. especially if our target is 217, right? Because we'll have a very clear understanding if buyers are no longer present here. Like, how can I draw out this entire thing? It's not, I don't have magic powers, right? We just understand where buy-side liquidity is present. That's it. That's literally it. Like, there's nothing crazy about that, and then we just average into the trade there. Risked off 2. Now we look to see if 179.50 can hold. So we were looking for a bounce here. This is your higher low. So like this is an area that is really of interest to me. For if you didn't want to be, if you were unwilling to put risk on at that edge low here, why do we care about this 179.50? Well, because now we have a position that we can, shit, wrong one. We can now play off of this buyer here, where we can mark this low, this guy here. We can mark this FEG mid, and we can look for an entry now and a push off where we can have our stop at this low. And we can look for a buyer to basically now defend this position for a push up. Understanding that if this pushes below, that we're most likely going to come down into this. And then we can look for that exact same trade again at this higher low on a recovery. But this is what I care about, because we now have a buyer that we're playing off of and a higher low that's now formed at a level of interest. So this rebid of this level is important to me. But we still need to be able to push over this 188 to 191 area. Why do we care? Well, let me just mark this as red. We can see that this is where our seller was, and then a buyer attempted to hold above, right? And then a seller regained control and then pushed us down. So until we can get back over this area, this is where I need to be risking off, because we understand that this is now our range pivot above. So we don't really have a clear understanding if this is going to get continuation until we can find buyers above this level at 191. And the way that you can determine if this trade is still a good trade is just understanding the rules of how we play these like liquidity imbalances. So like if we push below this level and then 180, this 179.50, 180 area becomes resistance, we then look for a push down into the mid. And if that becomes resistance, we look for a push down into the low. This is where we then try again. And we risk off into this level, into the mid. Until this becomes supportive again, then you can look for a play back up to here. And until we then are able to hold above, this is your risk off. And if this pushes below, like if we can't get over this mid, we then look for this to become resistance. And then we look for a continuation down. So we'll see what happens here. This is your test. But like, it's just understanding reactions and areas, and we look for initial moves from there. That's really it. It gives us our best opportunities to take trades. Alright, let me go back out. So now, just like we were talking about, you're either looking for sellers to now defend this low point to this blue point on a retest. You're looking for this to become resistance and a continuation down, or you're looking for acceptance back over the mid and then a push to the high. Those are the two things that we're watching for here. Zero next risk off for shorts into 151 if you shorted 174 to 169. It's rejecting the... You need to ask these questions a bit earlier. Yeah, the short was this area that we were talking about. So again, like if you don't understand what it's, you might want to just like paper trade for right now until you get an understanding. You see how like Adrian was able to understand and follow.
S&P says prolonged high interest rate environment in North America could result in lower debt recovery levels
So if you're,
over the next few years.
You're still struggling with like the way that I'm describing these, then you definitely need to just practice a bit more and follow along. But basically, we looked for buy-side liquidity here. We found it, right? We closed into this. We then got stopped because we broke this low. So now you're looking for buyers to be present here at this 169. They weren't, right? So this area now immediately shows as an area on retest to watch to see if sellers hold it. Because what we were looking for did not happen at the lows. We didn't see a strong buyer reaction to push us back up. We saw a seller push below. So this area now is of high interest to us because we've now lost this buyer and it is now our rejection point. So you're now watching on this look below how we look on the reoffer. So this becomes your resistance point. And then you are looking to play with this seller because we understand that the overall trend is still down and the buyers didn't have enough of a reaction here. So now you're watching this low to mid as your seller. And that gives us a continuation down until we get to our next buyer, right? Because if where our buyer value was here, if our buyer value was here and then this becomes our seller value. Well, we need to shift where our buyer value is, right? Because our buyer wasn't present where we thought they would be. So this is now where our seller is, and this is where we're watching them show us aggressively pushing price down. So we now need to shift where our buyer value is. Because it surely isn't up here anymore, right? So now we have to look low. So this is why we risk off into this point, and then we watch to see at our previous buyer reactions for seller aggression. So this 160.75 is where you ideally want to see sellers now load and continue to push price down. And we will need to see now how our reaction is at this low. No, I'm really glad you're asking questions. I just feel like you're on like a 3-minute delay. You know what I mean? Like, you're definitely seeing what we're seeing price action wise, but where you're looking to flip your bias is usually where we're taking off our first contracts from our short position, our long position. So it's just like understanding what our invalidations are and why they're important is going to be so key to kind of following along and to having an understanding of when you should be shifting your bias. And that's just a practice thing. That's all it is. Because you have to get out of that mindset of looking for breakouts or breakdowns and looking to get in at those places of your entry. That's where we're exiting our first contracts, not getting into a position. And that's like why it's so hard for retail, is that they're always looking for more. And when they're looking for more, we're looking to take off and sell into them. No, you're definitely not asking too many questions, man. I'm glad that you are. Yeah, just like Cass just said, like it's just a matter of practice and then like really honing in on the concepts, and the only way that you're going to get them is by asking questions. So it's no biggie. I just get scared when you ask questions like that.
Fed bids for 3 years
after the
3-year
fact,
notes total $0,
and I'm afraid
Fed
that you're
bids
trading
for
real
6
money.
month bills total $1.4 billion.
I get worried. I'm fully risked off here from shorts, looking to see if we double bottom or if we push back below. Still trending down, still a strong seller in control, but we are back to our buying level. So until we push below this 130, I'm kind of treating this area as where we're expecting buyers to continue to kind of pop us up off of. So we need to see like a look below, and then a continuation like this for this not to be our low. Or this is just going to continue to bounce here. Why, so I guess a good question to ask is like, why do you think that we'll just bounce here? Well, we have been finding we've been bouncing here repeatedly today on NQ. We know that this is demand below us, and so it gets a bit risky to try to look for short continuation until proven that we want to push lower. We should just kind of be showing this as where buying value is kind of where buyers have been defending, right? This was our seller, and then on every attempt into it, we've seen aggressive bids off of here. So until we see a push below and hold, I kind of need to just treat this as where our buyers will continue to be defending. And it coincides really well with this being ES, POC, and VWAP. And I'm not looking to short VWAP until we see acceptance below it, right? I need to see this kind of become resistance and then a strong seller to be off of this area. Not really looking to enter shorts into our volume weighted average price and into our POC until I see acceptance below. Great job. There shouldn't be any major delay, if any delay, on stream, especially if you mute YouTube and you listen in on Discord voice. But there should be like, I have it on ultra low latency, so there should be like minimal lag, if any. You need to see us push back over ETH low on RTY, or we're just going to follow this pathing down.
At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $50 billion in 3-year notes, prior high yield of 5.25% and a prior bid cover of 2.98. And the US sells $68 billion in 6-month bills, prior high yield of 5.19% and a prior bid cover of 2.66. And taking a look at the auction preview, latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators net short 1.4 million 5-year note futures, a possible source of covering demand. And dealer inventories in 2 to 3 year sector were net long $6.8 billion in the week ended November 29th, versus a $6 billion average net long over the past 12 months.
So there's really not much here until we get above or below this area. Just kind of a chop zone until someone aggressively shows their hand in either direction and then defends it. Just out of pivot. Dude, you need the flex system, Ty. You need to see a strong bid on NQ here at 145 for this to hold, or this will push right back down with the Russell rejecting ETH low. Have a good one, Cass. Great trades. Solid
That's
trades.
11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. The US sells $50 billion in 3-year
Great recovery
notes,
off that
prior high
250
yield
loss.
of 5.25%, and a prior bid to cover of 2.98. And the US sells $68 billion in 6-month bills, prior high yield of 5.19%, and a prior bid to cover of 2.66.
If you longed this white box on NQ, that 130 to 138, your first risk off is into this 160. Until we push and hold above that, this is it. Seller reoffer. You need to see the Russell over Globex low for you to be comfy in this position, or we'll just pop it right back down. What is 1125? At 1150. Yeah, it's just your 15-minute halfway back. Immediate seller at our 60.75. Crazy. Need to see your buyer here again on NQ. Reminder that the Russell still is below our Globex low. You need to see RH be defended on NQ.
Shortly expecting the 10-year and 3-month bill auction. I'll lead with the 10-year note bid to cover ratio. Sorry, just to repeat that. Shortly expecting the 3-year note and 6-month bill auction. I'll lead with the 3-year note bid to cover ratio.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't think that's biased. I just think that makes sense. Later ratio. Good stuff.
Treasury when issued 3-year yield 4.473% before the $50 billion auction.
What side were you on?
2.42, 2.42. High yield 4.49%, 4.49%.
Shorts will be valid until we get above
The US sells $50 billion in
low
3-year
on
notes
R2Y.
and awards 73.47% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 26.24%, direct 21.69%, and indirect 52.08%. And 6-month bill high yield
Y'all don't respect
5.19%,
R2Y, I'm telling you.
5.19%, bid to cover ratio 3.03, 3.03. The US sells $69 billion in 6-month bills and awards 12.94% of bids at high.
Catch it. No, I'm not trading this. But our target was 160.75. That was that. No more. Until the Russell gets above, it's a short. I'm not trading anything. We're still just chopping. I need to see us push below the 605,
US
604,
Treasury 3-year
50.
yield rises after the 3-year
Just
note
as we have
auction,
pathed.
up 5.4 basis points at 4.517%.
I need to see a push below and then a hold like this. Or this is just going to be our buy. You're just pushing down into NQV WAP now, right? I'm just going to shift this drawing over. This is literally the only level I care about. Probably the next couple days. Either like tomorrow or the day after that, probably. Just whenever volume gets really skewed on one of the contracts. When it's split like this, I'm still going to respect our Z contracts. Until I see H like overwhelmingly take over. Volume wise. Yeah, just a bit. Liquidity wise, it's still basically the same on both. Yeah, just a bit. Need to see a higher low, ideally over 75.6 for me to really care, but even if we can just maintain here and start to put in higher lows on our TY, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Morning, Sauce. See if we can push and hold on a move over 39s here on NQ. So retest a VWAP on ESZ. Again, until we push below the 604 to 605.75 on EFC, it's your low. You need to see that look below and then that to become resistance for any sort of push to the downside. Or we just continue to respect that as our pivot as drawn. So your first test into Globex low on RTY. Watching our reaction here. I'd like to see ideally an aggressive look above on the Russell and then a show that it wants to hold for me to believe in this. Okay, so now or never from buyers. See if they can do it. Yeah, we could. But if the Russell pops and NQ can maintain like this 145, 148 on buy side, then we should be able to push. But just like remember where we are, right? We just need the Russell to basically oscillate here and hold this high as NQ pushes out of this range. We're just retesting our seller here and here. So if these both reject at the same time, now that we are retesting these sellers, then you can get a more aggressive move down. So we need to see buyers really defend these lows now. Yeah, I mean, the only way, like, again, this is why we don't play at pivot highs. This is why we want to take positions at pivot lows. I have a much better understanding of where we're going if I'm looking for a bid at this 1 point range, or a push and a look below and then a rejection into it, right? I don't need to wait for a breakout trade. I can just take off risk into the high. You know? I don't have to try to predict the future. I just have a very clear invalidation if we break this low. And then I just risk off into our known seller above. I mean, this looks fine as of right now, but you need to see the Russell be able to hold Globex low and kind of bid here. It's very important. This is your just VWAP retest on ES. NQ, we want to see it over this and hold above ORH, or this will just come back down as your first lower high. What I mean by that is that this is your first attempt, and now we're starting to see like that shift. So you need to see it pop back above. You want this 38 to 31 defended. Basically just here. Sorry, I know it's a box on a box, but it is what it is. Or this will begin the slow lower highs, right, that then leads to the larger moves down, like your first sign. So you need to see this being like buy side still, this blue box. And we need to just see R2Y be able to build here and then recover VWAP. Russell into our next target off of a hold of our Globex low, pushing up into day open POC and VWAP. So this is your kind of next real test to see if we can get any sort of real continuation. Yeah, really tight range on NQ right now. You're waiting on the Russell, I think, to figure out what it wants to do. On this pullback, you want to see this 79.5 to like 78.2 defended. Just this node here, basically. Wrong thing to delete. All we're looking for is a pop over this 148 and then a hold for NQ to like get any sort of move if the Russell can build here. Great job, Varg. Very, very nice. You should be pretty happy if you were playing off of the 48s. Risk off into 60s. At one here. That 48 liquidity that was being offered on NQ moved up to 160. So we sell into that until that becomes supportive. RTY held where we wanted it to, flagging, trying to push over daily open. Yes, barely any movement, but holding. called it quits on Friday after green, then jumped back in. Why? Because he's a degen. That's why. You think the people at Top Step, the actual staff, could pass a combine? I wonder. I wonder. Shoulder tap with risk manager Mick. That's a risk manager, Michael? Or no? No? Okay. I didn't know if like Mick was short for Michael. How did their risk manager do? I'm not trying to like start beef with Top Step, but it's just funny. Every time you guys post something, they're always down bad. I passed the combine in a day, and then the same time Mario did it, I did it, and then I just canceled it. I never followed through. When they offered the free one, I did it with him the same day. But I'm not about to pay an activation fee to not use an account. Well, the way I trade works really well for a combine, because I trade small. Which is why you guys pass combines so easily listening to me. Because like we're taking the same trades. It's like 1 or 2 lots and we'll get you there. I'll have to listen to their stream one of these days on my days off and see what's going on. I have yet to tune into one of their streams. Okay. Oh, because I didn't mean to ignore you. Let me go look at that flow. I just remembered that you tagged me. My bad, man. Spy 461 calls? Yeah. I mean, I think they have potential. Just look to see if VWAP holds here. Probably play up to 6120. It's just an awkward spot because we're just oscillating a node right now. Yeah, I mean, there's just not much here. I don't know if I'd call that thin. Looking a little thick. you know? It's looking a little thick at that 10.75. Russell's still pushing up. That's all I care about. Oh, and yeah, around there's no one in the world that I know of that does the RTY correlation. As far as I know, I actually like am the only one that looks at that. I don't know why. It's not like it's like some crazy thing. It's just like, oh, you mean to tell me that the stocks in the stock market have a correlation with our indices? That's crazy. That's bananas. I'm risking off one here. 2 left. Two left. Looking for 169 on a hold of 160. RTY still pushing, only thing I care about. Out one here. Holding, runner, break even. I hope so, Rory. I think we can, but we're at our Russell pivot, so just need to see us hold opening range mid now at 82s. NQ to hold this 56 would be ideal. Yeah, but seriously though, like if you guys are struggling with intraday trading, just like wait for the Russell to find the bottom and then take a position. Like it really doesn't need to be more complicated than that. I'm telling you. Yeah, NQ showing a bit of divergence. Definitely. We're just looking for the Russell to hold view up here. At our 148 on NQ, bid off immediately until you see the opening range high become resistance again, right? And we do one of these. That's your support. We can see that shift of value. So it just becomes a liquidity grab from a failure to at 160s. We got to push below these buyers here, back down. Now we're looking for a new high here on NQ. You need to see buyers step in on the Russell here, though, for that to make sense. At VWAP, you want to see a strong bid. So thanks for liquidity. Thanks for leash. There's your pop and new high on NQ. Out of that range from the 148 hold. And there it is, 169. I am flat. We'll look to see if we get any sort of continuation over this area, but it's good risk off. The reason why I care about risking off here is because we understand that this is where we expect our seller to try to defend. This is where we took our initial short off of the failure to hold above, right? And that gave us this push down. So now on a retest, we need to see a look above, right? The ability to now hold this 169 is supportive. A push over 174.75, and then a build out of this zone, push, and then continuation. Something that looks something sort of like this. Or this will just become a continuation re-offer here, and a push back down to this node. Something like that. I'm gonna clean this up. Getting a little messy. A little messy. Still no valid bid off of RTY as of yet. Need to see this node hold. Ideally. Not going to be a huge fan if we have to go lower than this. There's your test into the high. 179.50. We want to see it build and then hold here. I don't know, I wasn't watching ES, but I've got the same thing basically pathed, and I've had 15s marked for quite some time. So I don't mind it. You just need to see NQ be able to hold this upper side. Right, like all we're looking for is this to basically be a flag here. On this upper edge. And then hold that 179.50 as a bid off of this higher low. Still waiting for the Russell to find a bottom. Deltas look fine, but you need to see the Russell find a bottom here soon, or it won't matter. It'll lead down again. See if this bid can hold. There it is. Look at that Russell bid. Need to see this now defended on this retest. I don't want us to stall out here. I need to see continuation. That push and hold over 179.50 will be important off of the hold of 74s. On NQ. I need to see the Russell get continuation here. Yes, it's whatever. Just watching NQ and RTY. Later, Ty. I really appreciate the playlist, man. Yeah, all bangers. Any pros and cons until waiting until last date roll contracts? It's the liquidity is going to be skewed. So like as we get closer and closer to like the last day of roll date for contracts, the volume is going to be drying up on the Z contract, right? And it's all going to go over to H. So your fills and the spread is going to be worse. And the price action based moves and order flow moves are going to make a lot less sense compared to the new contract as volume shifts. So like that's the con, right? Like if we're trading based off of other people's other participants, right? We want to be on the one with the higher volume. So it's fine to kind of trade on either the Z contract or the H contract right now because the liquidity is pretty evenly split. But once one starts to really outweigh the other, you want to be trading on that one with the larger participants. Which song is that, Ty? Because I've definitely just played through this one twice. This playlist. There's a song called Forever. Okay. Alright, number 10. We'll see if it gets flagged. If it's just one sample, there might be like a... they might strike it, and then they'll just take any sort of monetization if it was going to be there. But I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah, exactly. How does that work for you for your songs that are on Spotify? Do they take a cut if you use samples? Yeah. Like, do you go out of your way with your publisher, or does like Spotify handle it yourself? Okay. So you do that before you post? Yeah, okay, makes sense. That's how you have to do it for 2D art as well. 3D. I just was wondering if like Spotify did that kind of stuff automatically with like an algo. Or when you like posted the Bandcamp or something, you had to already have all of your licensings like already done. Interesting. You're looking for a 169 here to hold on NQ for just like a liquidity pullback. But if this fails here and we look below, then you're gonna have to see a full rotation back down to 60s, I think. So you really want a buyer to be present here. And you want to see a push over 74s now. Market is moving so incredibly slow, but you need the Russell to bounce. We basically just fully retraced that move from that larger push up, but Delta's pretty neutral. So I'm not sold on the sell-off as of yet until I see R2Y support it and NQ support it. As of right now, things are pretty neutral, just looks like a flag. But I do need to see us push and retest highs here, or we're just gonna stall out and then have to come down further to fill this FEG. Like, I need to see this pop now over 79.50, or we'll come down for a test into this node below. You're basically oscillating between these two nodes. Like this. These are our two areas of interest. With this being our like mid pivot between these two. Let's mark that as yellow. We know that there's a buyer here, right? But if we lose this buyer, then you're looking for a push below and then a move back down into this node. Or you're looking for a push above this node and then a continuation up to this guy that's here. That's basically it. It's gonna delete all of the rest of this just so that it's clear. need to see this now hold, right? We're testing the high of this node again. So you're looking for this to now become supportive off of the mid hold. And then remember, if this can be supportive, right? We see that a rebid here. And this now be able to flag and hold the mid. Basically like this 175, 50, 178 area. Right, like the mid. This can now flag here, we can then look for upside into the 190. I'm out half here, just waiting to see if we can hold. I hope so. For those that are new to the stream or new to the Discord, do you understand these pivots and what I'm talking about? Are they starting to become and make more sense, or are we getting a feel? Oh, when will we? Not can you? Yeah, probably tomorrow or the day after that, Tradegator. When they're less split. I'm more confident in the the Z contract yet right now. Just because I've been trading it a lot longer. So price action just makes a bit more sense to me. The volume's pretty solid on it still. I'll switch over when we see like a drastic shift over to the H contract. And I have a bit more data to work with. I'm not a big fan of the roll gaps that are created on those contracts. Like, I've got them all marked out. We have the settle for the H as well as the Z, but like it just creates a lot of weirdness that I'm not a big fan of. Yeah, I mean, sauce we'll see. I mean, all you want to see is a hold of this 179, right? Just as we have drawn. We want to see this kind of build out here now, right? Hold of this node. Show that we want to go higher, and then bid off and push to 91s. RTY is still just sideways. You should be able to get some more clarification once we determine where we're going on this node that we're building here. Like, we need to see a push over this 181, or this is just going to come down by default on a failure. But like, as long as we're accurate with what we're looking for, like, you don't need a lot of size to make money here. Like, my final runner is from 171 and it's still up $300 per, and that's just playing this lower edge. And then just playing into this high and then waiting for this to become supportive. And then as long as this is supportive, we play up to 91. As soon as you just like accept where we are and what we're looking for, and we play it. I don't know. And like, until like the same thing that we just saw happen here on this look back in and then push off, as this is now supportive, you need to see that above, right, with this next one. Where off of this test, we need to see a look above and then the ability to then hold and then pop. Where this will be the high into our 91s. I'm gonna delete this now that it's played. I'm gonna keep the node though, but just so that this isn't too messy.
Israeli Defense Minister says we are close to the breaking points in their campaign in northern Gaza and Gaza City.
Seller at 91 still. See if the Russell could get over. That'd be nice. You're gonna get a UTI, man. Get out of here. I don't like this crown next to our names. Can we get like a check mark? Not a big fan of the crown. Instead of funded, you want Pepega? It's more fitting. What is Tick doing? I haven't looked at Tick all day.
Hello, guys.
Yo. Just holding
What
below
is
zero.
up? Looks like a pretty standard Monday BS action.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel about the crown next to your name? I don't know if you heard me talking about this. You a fan?
No, I was bitching about it when you, after you got off on Friday. Because, I lost my Mario.
Yeah.
That was like my only identity ever, and it's just gone. We've always been kings of ROM.
I like just like a check mark, if anything, you know? Just not about the crown. Or what if we had like this one instead, you know? I could work with that.
I think it should be this.
Not the juice box with the cigar? Alright, I can get behind that.
The juice box is fine.
Juice box I feel like is a bit more fitting for our
we're trying to go accurate. It's this.
Yep.
But yeah. Did most of you roll, or are we trading Z contracts? They're like pretty similar volume on ES. I haven't looked at NQ yet.
Yeah, they're basically mid. Like it's
It's that weird half and half.
So I'm just charting both is what's actually happening.
Okay.
But I'm still on Z.
Yeah, I'll probably just call Z then.
I saw your newsletter was on Z, so I was like, all right, I'm sticking with it.
Yeah, well, it was like half and half. It was like, here's the Z pathing, but like, I don't know. So that's why I was short this week. But don't worry, H contract traders. You guys have already put out a balance, and it's you're trading in it.
Yep.
What are we looking at here?
He's talking about total volume, maybe.
Yeah, but we don't know which one is. Oh, I guess we can look at the price.
But like liquidity on Dom is very similar, so
Yeah, that's what I care
that's all
about.
I care about.
It'll probably be tomorrow or Wednesday when everyone gets over.
Mm-hmm.
I think today I posted this. Today it closes the first official like roll, quote unquote. Nice. Liquidity is crown. What does that mean?
Yeah, it's not great, is he? This is where becoming an ed trader is your friend. R2I retesting our highs. Finally retesting. See which way we go. You really want this like 188 area to hold on NQ now. This is just this action. We just wanted to see acceptance up here, right? So that's all. This like 188, 191. We can actually just draw this node out now. You want to see price hold here. For a push into that 200. Ty made us a 44 song playlist of music we can use for stream. What a man.
Wow.
can't wait for his master plan to just like copyright all of the streams in like a month. It's just like that's the real plan.
Oh boy.
When he puts it all on Spotify, just easy money. So,
I'll take all of his songs and I'll just tune them up like a quarter of a key, just a little bit, and then be like, nope, it's not the same, bud. Sorry.
oh yeah, do you give it the TikTok treatment where we make it like double speed and just like a little bit higher?
Bass boosted and chopped.
With rain, easy.
Yeah, I mean, it works around.
Yeah, is he probably tomorrow or the day after? Whenever liquidity shows like drastically higher. Yeah, man. Something. Yeah, we'll have to see if R2I can maintain here. This is a pretty important level. Retest of our POC before the shift down. So we know that there is a seller who's been trying here. And what happens into this 85.3 should be telling, or a hold of 83.1. Those are like my two areas I care about for R2Y. Either a strong hold on a retest, or a strong rejection and push below on this move up into 85.3. Ideally, we get this test before this test. I want to see buyers show that they like want to hold this at this 83.1. That would be sick. Hop sauce. I don't know,
I
man.
don't know.
There's a lot going on.
The watermelon ghost hop sauce, you know?
That's a lot. Is it expensive? It sounds like it's expensive.
Yeah, it's like $30 for that bottle.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. When it's like, it just sounds like a gimmick. That's the problem. Do you know that brand, Alchemy?
No, it just popped. I'm like finishing up my like Christmas shopping really quick, and it just like popped up on the old front page, and I was like, what the hell is this? I got the Melinda's like black truffle hot sauce. I was so excited, and it's not good.
Only one I've tried by Melinda's, I think, is like their blueberry something hot sauce. I can't remember. It was okay. Some sort of berry fruit. Let me see if I can find it. Melinda's. But I find their stuff pretty hit or miss.
Yeah, I do as well. The like what is it, like the Yellowbird brand or whatever is way better.
It takes for 1.5 billion in bids for the 3-month build.
I wonder if they still even make this one that I'm talking about. They changed to this weird new format.
See, alright. because I bought my dad something similar to this last year. It is a bigger kit, but all of these sauces are just like made by the distributor, and you can't actually go buy a lot of these. That was the problem I ran into last year.
Yeah.
They like don't actually exist.
Truffle sriracha just sounds not good.
I was like, the truffle stuff I had a lot of high hopes for, but it just, I don't know, it's just not it.
It's just so much going on in one little bottle. Sriracha is like pretty potent on its own. You take these tick rejections and large wicks into consideration, e.g. I sometimes exit earlier than expected when I see a push get choked by the sharp. Yeah, I think you can, depending on your entry. I think that like the level that if you were going to close out on would definitely be this 500, right? Because we've seen our seller defend this 500 over and over and over again on our tick. And until we can push out of this range, you need to kind of accept that this is our high point and it's a good risk off. So we see like our 500 resulted in this high. Our last 500 resulted in this high. And our 500 before that resulted in this high. Right, so it's been a pretty good short-term pivot to let us know that buyers are kind of exhausted. And until we can hold above 0, or hold above 500, we need to kind of accept that that's where buying kind of exhausts out, right? So I think that it's a perfectly fine level to either move up stops or to exit partial positions, because we know that the buying basically stops there, right? Short term. But if you're in from a much lower position, like I think a lot of people are in at this like 69 to 72 area, then there's really no point until we invalidate with a break of these higher lows. Because like NQ is just chopping up here at ADR. Like we know that this is our take profit from earlier in the day. But as long as we're maintaining higher lows, I don't really care. I don't know if that helps. But like if you're just scalping a very tight range for like a single oscillation, and you bought, let's say here at this 609, it only makes sense for you to sell into Globex high and into our 500 tick, because that's a full oscillation of our tick, right? So you got a full oscillation up. Now we need to see a push and hold over Globex high, and basically a recovery of our 0 here, and then a push or more upside, which is what you're going to try to get right now. But there's nothing wrong with scalping that as an oscillation.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $37 billion in 10-year notes. The prior bid to cover was 2.45, with a prior high yield of 4.519%. The US is also due to sell $75 billion in 3-month bills, with a prior high yield of 5.25% and a prior bid to cover of 2.98.
So I'd be looking for hold over 201 on NQ and tick 500.
This
hold for more
reopening of
upside.
the 10-year note auction today, again at 1 p.m, follows a soft 3-year sale earlier in the day, which tailed the when issued by over 1 basis point. despite
I'm gonna
today's
let this guy
sharp
talk and then
sell-off
I'll answer
being
you.
extended over Monday's early session. So the primary dealer allotment at the 3-year sale was the highest in more than a year, which may add some caution ahead of the 10-year note auction. So also noting the latest CFTC positioning data, this shows that speculators were net short 268,000 ultra 10-year note futures, a record amount and possible source of covering demand. Also noting the primary dealers' positions in the 7 to 11 year sector, they were net long at $12 billion in the week ending November 29th, which is the most since 2020, and up significantly from the $1.4 billion average over the past year.
Yeah, so for these kind of positions, I've just been highlighting nodes that I want to see price be able to hold and show supportive. So for this like test, we're just looking for the Russell to bottom out here and then be able to build and then push. And then we are looking on a retest for the Russell to come back down into this node and then show this as supportive. So as long as this was maintaining that bid, that's all we were really watching for. And it's the same thing on NQ. We just drew out this node and we were watching to see if supportive bids could step in and then show a hold above. So as long as we continued to find buyers on these attempts, I'm more than willing to hold runners because we're still holding our higher low and we can still play off of this buyer that's present here. But say like this guy flipped, right, and then we were below, all of a sudden I now want to watch this for our seller reoffer for a pushback down. But as long as like this guy is still present and we're still making these higher lows, there's no reason for me to feel like I need to exit this position because we're just channeling up. The reasons why you would want to risk off though, like as just a not be an idiot kind of thing, is we're at our Globex high on ES, right? And we're retesting the seller. We're at ADR and NQ. Makes sense to risk off. And we are back to our POC at RTY here. So until we can push above, this is just kind of like a pretty solid area to consider taking profit because we can chop here for the next hour if we don't see someone like really step in. Or this could result in like our sellers kind of buying kind of exhausting and then needing for a liquidity grab back down first before we can get a larger pop. So because we don't know what's going to happen up here, we can just move stops and understand like we can have our invalidation basically here, right? Because if we don't hold this 90, we know that we're probably going to come down and then come down into this 182, and then I can get long again from here. So why give back these points when I can just take profit and then look for a re-entry? Kind of the idea. Like play with the most recent buyers, and like if they go off sides, then we just look for where liquidity will be, right? We can see these higher lows. So if this ever flips to offer, like it should be a pretty easy trade to push down for this FEG fill. Then we just look for a pop like that. Alright, too many crayons on screen.
We are now 5 minutes away from the top of the hour, but we expect the results of the 10-year note auction, the US selling $37 billion off. The prior bid to cover 2.45, and the prior high yield 4.519%. And keep in mind, the US is also selling $75 billion in a 3-month bill sale, prior high yield 5.25%, prior bid to cover 2.98.
Alright. My bad. Everything looks fine still. Seeing a seller trying to defend this 200 on NQ. Russell still holding pretty nicely. Yes, battling for Globex high. I'd like to see a pop here in the next couple seconds, or I could I think that we'll see some exhaustion from buy side, and then we'll have to test the lows again of this range. I'm watching this zero rejection for the second time on tick. You don't want to see that, which is why we're looking for that bid to step in relatively soon, or again we'll probably get a push below. So really watching tick at zero here. Need to see us get like a lift up.
So we're shortly expecting the results of the US 10-year note sale and 3-month bill sale. So the pre-sale when issued yield for the 10-year notes will come out at the top of the hour. Auction results normally follow a couple of minutes after this. When they do come out, I'll lead with the 10-year notes bid to cover ratio.
On ESC contract, there's some liquidity here into 15.5 still, then 16.5 next major. Starting to pull ask.
Pre-sale when issued yield 4.282% ahead of the auction. So again, that's the Treasury when issued 10-year yield, 4.282%. So again, we are now shortly expecting the results of these auctions. I'll be leading with the 10-year notes bid to cover ratio. 2 spot 53, 2 spot 53 with a high rate of 4 spot 296%, 4 spot 296%. So the US sold $37 billion, awarding 22 spot 95% of bids its high. Primary dealers taking 17 spot 3%, direct 18 spot 87%, and indirect 63 spot 83%. So keep in mind, US 3-month bill auction as well, high rate of 5 spot 26%, 5 spot 26%, bid to cover of 2 spot 99, 2 spot 99. So the US sold $77 billion, awarding 70 spot 11% of bids its high.
Do we see, is he that liquidity grab down to a level where we thought buyers would step in, right? From just the, like, failure to push.
So keeping an eye on the
Pop
markets
back
as well. A
down,
bit of weakness coming
up,
from the
new
dollar
high.
there, and some strength from the S&P 500 following that 10-year note sale.
Same principle as this, just a look into this area.
That cleared that 15.5 liquidity pretty nicely.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can do the same thing with 16.5 here.
It's so funny.
Boy, I like
US
that one
Treasury
too.
10-year yield dips after 10-year note auction, still higher on the day, last up 3 spot 6 basis points at 4 spot 281%.
There's so many to choose from. Wait, how do you feel about this one? Oh my,
Oh, yeah, the cooking.
like that, the cooking Pepe?
Huge. That's my aftermarket one. Keep an eye on your zero tick here. Coming back into the 16.5, 16. You want to see these liquidity takes be supportive if we're going to continue to look up. Under the 16 half edge, it makes sense to trade back into the 15 middle at least.
What is this?
That was none of the options.
What is this?
Apple back to VWAP test here. It's been holding under VWAP all day. Could be a decent shift if we get that pop. I'm watching the Russell 85. The chair. He's got a chair. ES sellers have stepped back into limit orders here. Seen some absorption in our past liquidity level of the bid. But you're going to need to see some active buyers here pretty soon. Or else we'll look back into this node. Most likely.
You using 1 hour VMP as intraday? No, I just have a daily on, and then I have the visible range profile. That's just showing whatever candles are on my chart at the time. That just gives me like an idea of intraday where volume's kind of been trading on the shorter time frames. But for like actual profile, I have a daily on, and then I just have the developing POC that's shifting for that off of a daily, so I can kind of see where volume's shifting on a daily profile, up or down. And then just marking nodes with zones. And then it's just about like, are we holding above or below given node that I've drawn.
Nvidia gets a 30-day positive catalyst watch from Citi,
30-day
and shortly
positive
expecting the
catalyst
results
watch.
the Fed reverse repo operation.
R2I and ES holding really well, and Q back to our 15-minute halfway back and retesting ADR here. I'd like it to bid and hold this 200. I want to see us back over 209 here, and then a bid off of that for confirmation. Or
This is the
seller. Yeah.
Russell peak over this 85, kind of like Globex resistance, this open wick.
82 counterparties take $838.507 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
We probably drift up the Globex high at that 89. We'll see. Is that your alpha you're dropping, kids? Nice.
Gib 19. I'm gonna have to go for like a minute.
Okay.
The a guy just showed up to put in a new power meter, so I'm about to lose everything.
Oh no.
So I guess I'm closing these longs, and I will be back when my power comes back.
Rest in peace.
Yeah,
Ooh.
well, all right, computer's getting shut down.
All
All right, goodbye. I will
Yep.
be back. What a huge 2-point long that turned out to be.
Oh.
Okay, goodbye, friend. I'll be back.
Oh no. Yep. I don't know about you guys, but I added at that 200 hold on NQ. That's where we wanted that bid to stay. I'd like to see the Russell go for that Globex high test. Yeah, again, like we were talking about that 200 hold, so that's just like, if I'm gonna stay in a position, I might as well just add, right? So, it's your new average. I'm looking for that 76 on ESH if you're trading the H contract from this hold. Got our hold of our 65s that we wanted, right? Then we held our highs, previous high on retest. Looking for 76. If we can hold here. It works every time, true. Above for NQ? No. I'm just going to risk off and when we get to Globex high on R2I. We can try to find a level. This 206 was important. It was kind of my top of our range here. So us breaking above is kind of a big deal. I don't have much above. Yeah, I guess we can go for this wick. Yeah, the stack signals are alright for this kind of stuff. The target signals. Or the target levels that are given out. But those are basically just like fib levels. But I think like you're basically looking for a push over this 26 to 35 is your next pivot on NQ, and we're looking for this to build. Push over 35 for push into 60s. But I don't really play off of NQ. I play off of RTY and ES for our NQ chart. I just use NQ because it's better for the way how I trade position wise. Like there's more money to be made than actually playing ES. Using ES.
S&P 500 up 0.3%, the Nasdaq up 0.1%, and the Dow up 0.4%.
Huge gains. Buddy, at least say hello to him before you creep. Right, you even play Destiny? Imagine calling it power level and not light level. Pretty embarrassing, to be honest. Varg, have you played with my brother yet? You still haven't? Why not? I've seen him on so much. He said he'd be down, man. Mario will be back. He is having some power issues. How have you guys been doing today? It's been a pretty slow day, but I feel like we've been pretty solid with our setup. No trade at all? This can easily be another area where we look for a liquidity grab if buyers fail to get us over this 2650. Where we might need to come back down first and then go for the pop and then the new high. We'll have to see. Again, my ideal target here is that RTY can now hold and then push into ETH high for a test, and that's kind of our target. But what happens on NQ and ES is kind of up for debate as of right now. The longer we sit up here without like any real momentum, the more likely it is that we need to come back down and fix some of the structure and go for liquidity. So just kind of waiting it out in runners. Cass is such a great example of just listening and then applying. Man came back here after a break, just killing it. He's just been killing it. I'm just glad that you gave I mean, I know you didn't leave because you were disappointed in the service, but you were just busy. But I'm glad that you decided to come back and give it another shot, and that it's been working for you. Someone took that very quickly. I'm out one here off of just some aggressive selling pressure, looking to potentially average in off of my higher low. We'll see. But this is our first like real attempt at a seller to try to step in and push price down, which makes me think that we can come down to fill this. We'll see though. Like there's nothing to confirm as of yet, but we are seeing a rejection of that 500 on tick, and now kind of just oscillating at our zero. If we get a look below, I could see this node failing and then coming back down to kind of fix some of this and repair the structure. Russell's still holding, but the longer we set up here, the less confident I become. I'm not like saying that this is like the top, right? But I need to see a buyer push us over this 2650 and then hold us here for like real continuation. I need to see that becomes support. We can look for Probably a fill down into this, and then look for the higher low. So I just have one left now. Fully out of my average. From down here at 71s. So we're now sitting at our 91. Oh, sorry, no, we're sitting at 211. 91 was between those two, so just right back to where I think we'd probably pop down below. So I'm just sitting off of this position now. So like if we lost this higher low, then I'd just be looking for us to basically come straight back down to my average up. Which, it's one of those things where if we're going to come back down here anyways, if we lose this, I'd basically be looking to stop out here, right? Because if this becomes resistance, this becomes our offer, then I might as well just take profits if I'm going to get the exact same average that I'm already in. Kind of one of these things. I'm going to shift these over. Just see how we oscillate between these two pivots. Yeah, well, I mean, it's fine to re-enter and give up some gains as long as your risk is known, right? It's just part of the process. It's just the not exiting that'll screw you over. Taking a couple paper cuts is fine, though, to get the move. What's your first sign of Russell weakness? Need to see it continue to bid here. Need to. This is from Friday. I need to just delete that part of. There you go. Delta's still climbing with price, but definitely some tick divergence. And we can see that weakness where the divergence with tick and delta makes a bit more sense if you're looking at the difference between RTY and NQ, right? There isn't really any divergence there, where we see the weakness in the Russell, and you see that in tick with NQ pushing. So you have a couple tech names that are carrying, but you see some weakness in those mid caps in RTY, which is giving you that down tick. Whereas like NQ is testing the top of our range, Russell is testing our bottom pivot. So we should get a decision here in a second which way we go. Either the Russell finds a bottom at a higher low and bids, right? And then NQ holds the mid. That'd be your ideal scenario. Failure here with the NQ rejecting this 26, and that staying offer will lead to one more leg down on RTY and on NQ, which will lead to this move that we have pathed out, and NQ to come back down to the bottom of this range, and the Russell to come down to this node. So it's just watching to see if RTY can catch this bid here at this higher low. Important for a recovery, if it's going to do it, or a push back down. Hello, Mario.
Hello. Nothing blew up so far.
It's good.
Positives. Silver linings. Was it a plumber? No.
Did the snow stick last night for you, Mario?
Yeah. There's not a lot, but
Yeah.
it's on the ground.
Yeah.
I hope it stays.
Really?
Yeah. At least here. I mean, I just like I talked about this a little bit last week, but I just feel bad for everyone who owns like winter businesses here. Like all the people who do like
Mm-hmm.
ice fishing touring or like all the ski hills or like the snowmobile rental places and like that because they're just like they can't make any money. Like the entire winter recreation economy here is just done. But that's like the same everywhere this year, I guess. Like even out west, it doesn't have snow. Like Vale has like 9 out of 30 lifts open or something. That's honestly probably gonna be the play of the winter is Short Vale.
I mean, maybe, right? Or are they happy because everyone bought seasonal passes and they're just
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
it doesn't matter to them.
Like our operating costs are down.
Yeah. I just don't know at that point because, like, does Vale actually make money on those, or is it because they own the town that everyone spends all their money in?
It's that. It's the
Yeah.
secondary.
So yeah, probably still short.
It's that. Well, and they have it set up so well. I mean, I've talked about this a little bit in the past, but like if you're like a first or second year employee there, you're basically forced to go into employee housing that they own, and then you basically just pay your paycheck back to them.
At our second target here on NQ into 235. I don't really have much above this until 262. Just keep that in mind. So I'm really just looking to see if we can build, and then we can get that push up to retest our previous highs. If anyone has any levels in between here of importance that you think are significant, let me know. But these are all I found. I'm just playing off of the Russell being able to hold this oscillation and then push up to Globex high. For ES, I think it's pretty self-explanatory where we're looking, which is ADR and then probably like 33. If we can get over ADR. $253 from stacked. What time frame is that on? 3 minute? I think the 15-minute targets on stacked are really good for this kind of stuff, if there is any. Doesn't look like it. One minute? It's weird that mine's different. Oh no, it's not. I got it. Yeah, let's watch it. I'll put it on there. Why not? Tell me all about that wick, Kiz. What's the conspiracy?
But there were some sellers and then there were some buyers. That's my take.
You're going too far.
Did you, on the note of conspiracy, did you see the Ken Griffin interview from last week or
No.
this weekend? I'm gonna find it because I don't misquote him, but he basically said that supply and demand should not dictate the price of assets. Liquidity provided by market makers should. So,
Yeah.
like, actually admitting that he feels the proper way for the market to operate is for him to just control price.
Yeah. Love that. For him.
If I can find it.
I thought that this was pretty... I saw this maybe last week on Twitter, but I thought this was a pretty good write-up.
Yes. Was that the next signals?
Yeah, the summary.
Yeah, that's kind of said some interesting stuff today. Here is the I'll do the
passive investing is actually rooted in the theory that markets are efficient, and that markets are efficient because of active managers setting the prices of securities. Firms like Citadel. That markets are efficient because of active managers setting the prices of securities. Firms like Citadel, firms like Fidelity, firms like Viking Global, Capital Research. We're all running large teams of people that are engaged in fundamental research, trying to drive the value of companies towards where we think they should be valued. Trying to drive the value of companies towards where we think they should be valued. And passive investing, in a sense, enjoys the market efficiency that we create in our work each and every day.
Uh-huh. Okay. It's just the split liquidity between the two contracts makes it feel super slow. Watch this reaction into 28 to 30 on NQ on retest if we fill this LVN. You want to see a buyer step in here and pop this back up. Or just push us back over 36s.
You can get a nice negative 500 here.
Here's your test. You just got, excuse me, strong rebid here on NQ. This look above, or this will just be our seller.
The French central bank sees fourth quarter GDP growth of 0.1% after 0.1% in the third quarter.
And that, do you remember in that, class that we did where we just traded, on replay, market replay? Did we just use
Yeah.
halfway backs for that class?
Yes, the first one we did. There was one where we just, that was like, man, it must have been a year now, maybe longer. That one was just halfway back, and we did, I think, a couple more using just structure.
Twitch has a recap?
Yeah, it just sent it to me.
Which?
Huge. Rory making an appearance. What?
I don't know if I watched any streams logged in this year. Let me see. Press start.
Mine was actually really small. I did not watch much Twitch this year. It's just surprising and it's weird. When can we short? When you have a lower high off of a reoffer and we have tick structure under 0. Same things we always look for when we're literally just going straight up.
I don't even recognize some of the names. What the heck is this? Hot tub streams, probably. No, it's like all like small V Rising streamers. That was the only time I really watched it, or like New World a year ago.
Yeah, I have a decent amount of New World.
Really it.
It's like 2 years ago, it was all like Sea of Thieves and what was that Extractor game I was playing? Why can I not remember it?
Was it the Circle? What was it called?
Yeah, no.
The something?
I don't remember.
The Cycle? The Cycle.
The Cycle, yeah. Because just for the Twitch drops, I had like 50 hours just like AFK to get the drops. We should have this as a command. I mean, we can, but this is something we should all know. I literally just like wrote rules for a shift in trend.
Should it be a command, or should you copy what he just wrote and then put it somewhere tangible for yourself? Like in maybe a journal or maybe your playbook, and then try to relate it for future reference.
Thanks for your support, Rory. Yeah, I'm not surprised, Flex.
I'm not a delayed at anyone. I promise you that. We're chilling.
You talking about me, Garoto? Well, I don't. Yeah, everyone should read the DPG guide.
Crowley, you're so funny, man.
It teaches you how to trade.
I was bored at the airport this weekend and clicked on your profile. Love it.
It's basically an OnlyFans link flux.
Actually, that's LinkedIn. Do you want me to upvote some skills for you, Adrian? I'll give you an upvote that you know Excel or something. Maybe that'll help you get your dream job. I avoid LinkedIn like the plague. Every time I go on there, I get like 20 DMs from people from high school that I haven't talked to in forever, trying to be like, "Hey, will you seed my startup?" I'm like, oh, that's super cringe. I haven't talked to you in so long, man.
Oh boy.
It is super cringe. You can only give out so much alpha.
Oh boy. Poor Rory. He does it to himself, though. He just like gives you the alley-oop layup, and then he's like, "Why did you slam dunk it?" Wow.
Every time. I've never met someone who sets himself up so well.
I know. It's like, I try so hard to be a nice, supportive parent, but man, it's tough.
So hard.
Yes, tick over new high there, 23s. Tesla view up here, Microsoft into kind of seller's range high.
Did you?
What's your take?
I've just been chilling in this runner for like 2 hours, man. I'm just done. Not even worth. Kuroda wants the free playbook. Not how it works, bud. This is your first edge test on NQ here at this 33. If this doesn't find the strong buyer and push back over 36, look for 28 to 30 here, and then an immediate buy. You'd want it to hold here. If we fail here, then we can look for much larger pullbacks. I have marked on yes. No confirmation yet, but we did see a slight bid. Need to see a push back over, or this is pretty meaningless.
So Walgreens is cut to junk by Moody's, outlook stable.
Yo. Why is it shifting like that?
NQ looking into structure below. This is ES into the edge of kind of our upper structure here on Z contracts. Apple looking into structure as well for this first red candle in like an hour plus.
Yeah. RTY is holding. I'm fine with this area on NQ as long as it holds this 23.26 and then looks above 30s.
I'm short long attempted here on this 0 tick. But we'll be pretty quick. I'll take a couple ticks if it doesn't get a nice bid.
Delete this and then so need to see it look over.
Walgreens turns negative and falls 1.8%.
Yeah, that'll be the real test for me, or as we approach that Globex high. Been waiting for it for 5 hours. $79. Yeah, the FEG there. Makes sense. On a break below 83s, I think that 79 is a good target. Did you guys play Pokemon Go when it was like really hyped up when everyone was outside and doing it? Didn't everyone?
I didn't.
Mario was too cool.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Well, they like basically added it in game, Adrian, where you could like connect and basically raid it anywhere in the world and get like a pass, and then that was that. They basically just incorporated it in the game. And then you didn't need to leave your house, which kind of like ruined the point of the game. I forget what they were called, but it was like a travel passport, which allowed you to basically go to any like boss battle, and then all of a sudden you didn't have to like go to the places to get the best stuff. So for where we are in NQ, I need to see this look above here into this 35 to 38, basically be our sell side.
US's Raymondo
an
says
aggressive seller,
Nvidia
push
can
price,
and will and
then
should
push
sell
down.
chips to China.
Or this will just be the high of our oscillation, right? We need to see either push above and then acceptance back, or our strong seller to step in and then push price below this 23, 26. Just oscillating between these two nodes, but we need to see if we can recover or if this will be a bear flag. I am unsure. I'm gonna redraw this. Makes a bit more sense.
Some tick divergence here, testing into 0. Microsoft back into the seller. Tesla retesting over VWAP. Retesting edge of structure. Gib higher high. Anyone bought 20s on ES? I'd definitely take at least a trim here.
Yeah, same for NQ into 38s if you bought 26s or 23s or 28s. Need to see a push above and then hold here. I'm now fully out of my 211 position and now
NYMEX
only have
diesel
a
January
28
futures
average.
settle at $2.60 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline January futures settle at $2.04 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas January futures settle at $2.43. And NYMEX WTI crude January futures settle at $71.32 a barrel. That's up 9 cents or 0.13%.
See if they stop me out here. Just grind dungeons? Yeah, I guess. Welcome to endgame. What you actually do, here's the real alpha, is that you infinitely queue 3v3 until you want to quit the game. So that's what you do. It's big. Yeah, there's no PvP or dungeons until you have your heart rune, sadly.
Might have, if they reworked it all. I don't think you did though, Vark.
At
but
level
maybe.
20?
I don't
No,
think you did.
no shot. You can't get into Brim at level 20. The mobs there are like 62.
They might have reworked all of that stuff.
You would have been getting one shot trying to run around. Yeah, you should. You did it, sir. I'm sure you did. What all-time highs are we at?
We're not.
Yeah, what?
This one. Yeah, but we're not on spot either. Peloton.
Your chart doesn't go that far?
Yeah, I think I really enjoy it, Surf. It's like probably the most fun I've had in an FPS game since Apex launched.
Wish I could play with you guys. It's so
I know,
annoying.
it's so yeah.
It's so scuffed. Ugh, so sad. Vargas cracked at it? Dude,
He's pretty good.
Vargas cracked at every game he plays. Man's just a gamer.
The silver lining of the game is like it's super objective based, but it really just like pulls you in the W key. And if you actually like don't engage, you can win. Yeah, I know. That's why we didn't win.
Yikes.
Yeah, that's what I mean though, Varg. Like you're actually like rewarded for playing objectively and not aggressively.
See if we get this pushed down to 18s. This is your next pivot, as we have pathed out.
Yeah, the dash is like the only light mode you can play, I think, Surf. The invis is kind of trash unless you're just camping in a corner for revives. There's not really utility in actual combat for it anymore. I still think you guys all need to try the revolver. It's like the only gun you can 2-kill with one clip.
Candles just appear.
You have to do one head on body, Surf. Revolver, get one heads, one bodies as well. Might be one head, two body. Yeah. Not heavies though.
I was watching Summit play with the sniper, and man, did he make that gun look like trash. Does it feel as bad as he was making it look?
Yeah, because you have to land headshots, but it's like really hard. I was playing with it a bit, and like, it's one of the guns where like if you're hitting everything, it feels really good, but the second you whiff, you're just dead.
Yeah. It seemed like the revolver was the same amount of damage as the sniper.
Yes. Yeah. No, I've just been running medium revolver, and it's very similar. Where like I can wipe a squad if I hit everything, but if I miss or have to reload and I'm out of position, I'm just done.
Yeah.
The something though, Surf, is the hip fire is like 100% accuracy. Yeah. So like you can just hip fire it, but you really don't have a crosshair. Yeah. So you have to think about this. If we're what are some tools we can use to set targets, Grotto? Tell me some tools we can use. Okay, what else? So what does that mean? Previous all-time high range move? What does that mean? Well, if we're trading above, we don't have that, right? Isn't that your question? What is something we talk about every day that can determine a range size, regardless of where we're positioned? No. Yeah, very good, right? If we already understand the range that we'll probably trade, then we can utilize that range, right? Yeah, but that doesn't give you a target. You asked, how do we know where we can expect sellers? That was your question. So we can use measured moves and expected range to find high probability areas, and then observe volume and order book to dictate if our hypothesis and thesis are correct. I think that's a good way to look at it around.
Mario, that is huge alpha that you just posted in New World. Holy.
Yeah, I know.
Who's your test into that 17 on NQ? See if buyers are willing to participate here, or if we need that pushback down into that 208 to 211.
Brent crude futures settle at $76.03 a barrel. That's up 19 cents or 0.25%.
Just watch to see if the 0 rejects on tick. Not really much here yet. With the S flat and Delta flat. Just need to see the Russell can pop. Because this will lead to a more drastic like down on a break below this pivot that we've had marked. But so far it's just like bouncing every rotation there. Thing is so sideways. I'm flat, by the way. I'm just waiting. I can't be bothered. Market is moving way too slow. We got stopped out of our last trade and I just haven't cared since. Your seller retest off the node. This over. Need to see that become supportive again if you want any more upside. Oh boy. I get a nap.
Top of range here, ES. Any buys in 20s? We're looking to trim.
See, ES range is something.
Huge 3-point scalps.
Ugh.
Massive.
Mario, you need to go bruiser so that I can just pocket heal you for OPR.
I know I need to finish a build. Actually, tonight I should be able to.
That'll be nice.
I have all those caches saved. I'm just gonna put heavy on and open them all.
Like, I was almost able to keep you alive through all burst last night, but like there's just sometimes where they'll like double poison you and there's just no counterplay. That was the only time you were dying. It's like, well, you got like bile bombed and then like poison arrowed, and I was like, yeah, can I help?
If I get stam locked, running the VG now is much better because I can cleanse myself a lot. But if I'm already like under 5k health, I can't. Can't cleanse it.
It is rough.
It's a very interesting trade-off because I do way less damage to like lights, but I can actually fight heavies with it. So it's like... The disintegrate is actually not that powerful against lights either. It takes like 60. But it matters a lot against the heavies.
Yes. I'm
you
excited.
can play now, Bark.
Yeah. What have you been running, Bark?
He needs some build help. He's been running everything.
What have you been liking, weapon-wise?
Yeah, that'll be perfect, actually, for our comp.
That'll be fun. I saw XY on the bow last night. Oh my god, this range.
6 minutes here, or 5.5 till the last hour. My gut kind of tells me that we should look lower. But it might need a couple more tests.
I still want the pop into Globex high on our 2Y, and then we can look for the flush.
Reminder, I did not talk about this in the newsletter at all. but it is OPEX week, so things might get kind of funky in some areas today and tomorrow. Yeah, it's I was much more focused on the CPI and then PPI FOMC Wednesday than OPEX because I feel like a lot of the option stuff is going to get more affected by the economic releases. We'll see like early rolls.
How many more times do I have to move this pathing over? Surely this is the attempt down. With the zero ejection on tick. Contract roll, jobless data, FOMC, CPI, OPEX, split volume on contracts. Like, let's just take the week off, you know?
Actually, though.
The split volume on contracts is the one that really kills me. Everything else is manageable. I'll be right back. Well, we hit our target on the H contract to the T into that 76, but that's about it, right? Now we're just kind of chilling. Yeah, from 17s. Nah, that's just if 17s fail as we go to that 210. Reptile. Oh yeah, this has been on my queue for a bit. Big fan of Benicio del Toro. Is it just me or does it look weak? It does indeed look weak. Looks pretty weak on both sides. I need a push out of this area and then a showing of force from either side. That's why I am not in this position. Did you like it, Rory? Big fan? Alright, moving this over again. Jesus. "10 minutes in, the fire alarm was pulled." Alright. A little scuffed. See if we find buyers here, or if this will be the start of like a more serious downtrend. Like to see liquidity be found here. This like 210, 211. Yeah, if you're short, good first risk off. As the Russell comes back down into the low. What's up, Craftsman? Welcome. Good first risk off into 217 if you bought 211s. Just risked off one. Holding a runner. I need to see us push back over what is this? This blue, basically. Let me be a little bit more specific. I need us back over 219, 220. I'm gonna move this blue to here. So again, your first risk off is in this 217. For any more upside, you need to see a recovery of 221, basically. There it is. Let's see if we get any higher or if seller reoffer happens here. See, it was worth me moving that path over for the last hour and a half.
Huge alpha.
Honestly, you know? Right back up to our range. Next risk off here. I have one contract left.
Good structure hold on underlines there.
Worth. I need to see this push over 27 here and then hold like aggressive bid if it's going to do it. I'd like it to happen right now. And do you guys see what I mean now about why I got rid of this average? We're just came back right to that average, my last entry, right? So it made sense to risk off and just wait for us to come back instead of just getting stopped out for that position. So I just took profit, understanding that if we were going to revert, it would be back to this average. So I stopped out of my runners that I bought in up here and then just waited for us to come back down, and now I'm in at the exact same price that I was in, I don't know, an hour and a half ago. I don't know if you guys even remember me talking about that. It's been so long. Russell at our pivot here at 2250. Need to see that push above as well. This is where Mario's been risking off from the 20 buys over and over and over again.
Imagine.
Need to see it push. Your first look above 0 as well from the negative 500 bounce on tick. Yeah, man. That's why we've had the the arrow there to buy for the last 2 hours. Yep.
Buy side liquidity ES coming into 19s. See if it shifts down, if it's just like catch liquidity, or if it's actually interested in participating. Crazy that it's just coming in the bottom of this balance.
Why were you interested in that 210 if you were just looking at that now sauce? What was the significance before realizing that 210 level for you? This seller looks real in my opinion as of right now. I need to see them really defend this on buy side. How much time do we have left? 4 minutes? 15s? I need us over 30s like ASAP here on NQ. I could see this coming back down to wicked 19s. Yeah, I mean, take your time. I was just wondering. Because I thought we were on the same page. Because you're pushed down into that 19 to 20. You want to see a buyer here immediately. Oh, I don't want to go any lower than this. This is already a little bit much. I need to see this push right back up. Or this is going to come all the way back down. Not a big fan when deltas like this and they're low and we don't see any sort of like showing from buy side that like we want or care about this move. It makes me think selling isn't done. Need to see this hold now, push, and then us recover 26s, or this will sell. My trade of 8 just crashed. What terrible timing.
Huge crash.
I'm risking off one here. That'll leave me with a 217-ish average from between. Yeah, that should. We'll see. Out the 211 position. Just kidding. I got filled much higher than I thought I did. 22 average break-even runner. Off of this dip below. Just this position left. This is now over 212. Got filled on the dip. Break even stop. Do the intraday indicators require level 2 data? You most certainly should have data if you were looking to trade on using TradingView, especially futures, because futures data is delayed by like 15 minutes. So yes, I don't know if that's considered level 2. I think you just need data through TradingView. They're like the $3.50 packages, I believe. But without like live futures data, it'll be like 10 to 15 minutes delayed. I don't remember exactly the time.
I think it's 15.
So I would not recommend trading without it.
Untradeable. Gib 25s.
You're funded through TopSet, but not sure if they'll cover it. They won't cover your data on TradingView. But it's like, I mean, it just depends what you want. If you need full stock data, that's a different story. But if you just need like NQ and ES, that's all you need to pay for. It's really not bad, price-wise.
Thank you, Darian. My family will not get a Christmas gift this year.
Canceling all those orders you just placed.
Yeah, that one tick loss is...
It's over.
Yeah. You guys think my sister's gonna like this mug I got her?
I hope so.
Me too, man. Me too. Yeah, that one's gotta go. I'm expecting some of you to buy this one for Sig and I. Bro.
They stop out my runner at 22s, guys. What do we think? Surely not. Surely.
No, I support Rory. Team Rory.
I'm waiting for the Just Rory Charts merch to come out. I need the beanie with the lower... Crom? Back from the dead.
I'll take care of this.
Yikes.
Just like that, he's gone. It's okay, I can get him back.
Oh, they stopped my 22s. Let's see if we go up from here.
No, buddy, we miss you. He's not in voice. And it's like he's never left.
I think that might be it for me. I can't be bothered to trade this anymore. How much time do we have left? Oh, thank God. 30 minutes. Probably. I could have moved it, but there's just like, I just can't be bothered.
No nonsense policy. I don't think I will be trading this last half hour either. I like one lot, 2-pointed myself to $1,000, and I will call it there.
Yeah. It's like if my previous take profit isn't my stop there, like it is what it is. Like I don't care. It's whatever. Rather take the 0 than just take a paper cut for no reason. I don't care. I haven't had that name in a minute. Long minute. Like months. Yeah, before it was just Sig. I just added my first name after last week. On Friday, I think. Or Thursday? I don't know. But yeah, I haven't had the Ululu thing for a really long time. Back down to the bottom of this 3-point range on ES. Huge. Is it a gaming thing?
I would say no.
Yeah, no. It's been kind of, it's become part of the gaming community, like, that sphere, but no, it's from, like, Japanese culture.
Yeah.
There's a lot of overlap between like weebs and video games.
Early market on close imbalance currently sitting at 586 million to the buy side.
211, still decent liquidity there on NQ. Russell really not catching a bid off this, making me a little skeptical that this holds. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, I think we go down to that liquidity on our 2i, back down to VWAP. We'll see. I don't know. Yeah, 83.1. I think that that's your first look, but we probably go to 81. We'll see. NQ's trying, but like if it sells at all here and fails to get back over 30s, then I think we get one less leg down across the board. You really need the Russell to hold at this 84.3.
No.
Some real garbage eyes, yep. Oh yeah, for sure, sauce. How about you do class today? Deal? That day could be today. Just have you and Sauce talk. that's I like that trade offer. It's good.
It's a good offer.
Yeah, teach so you can reinforce. You know, that'll be good.
I just got hard in a chat. That's cool.
Oh god, I forgot
And
Crom.
there is Crom.
Oh boy.
Oh, don't post that, Crom.
Okay, I delete. Okay, you deleted.
What game are you playing?
Usually
It was
just
like
Overwatch.
Hmm.
In between my calls and stuff, I just kind of hop into a quick play or a comp and then just carry about my day.
Yeah.
Was on Starfield, but then got bored of it.
Mario, I saw that last night and I had no clue you were talking about. I was just like, oh, okay. We're going there, huh?
What were y'all playing?
New World.
That guy was actually tilting me. He was somebody who like he killed me once. He's a 300 con flamethrower enjoyer,
Yeah.
and then he was like standing on top of that like on Moon or whatever.
Yeah.
And he's like, I killed him twice after he flamethrowed me, and I just teabagged him way overly excessively. And
I
then
respect it. That's respectable.
he couldn't hit any light attacks. I stood there. I actually, that's when I was standing in the corner, just standing there, and he
Yeah.
couldn't hit me. That's when yeah. If you're gonna run that build, but actually can't hit anything else, I'm going to troll you. Because you're actually bad.
Yep.
See, I just play and like lay back in my chair and just like chill out and like play. But then I was playing like 2 nights ago, and someone was sniping in Overwatch, and they sniped me, and it instantly just wrote "GG, you suck." And I was like, okay, I'm gonna sit up now and just make your life like my only objective. My only objective is just to kill you for the entire game.
Oh boy.
And that's what I did. I went to Junkrat, and I just literally, every time I got a tire, I would just blow them up. I would just target the Widow. That was it. No one else.
I'm proud of you, buddy.
This is the way. Back to the high of our 3-point range on ES.
Okay. Tom is gonna make me get one of these things. How do I even do it? Chop. Chop. Alright, let's pick out a good one.
Talking about like the little
Early
overlay
market on
things.
close imbalance,
Yeah.
still sitting at 586 million to the buy side.
And these are all lame.
Yeah, they're all pretty bad. You get the egg one. Egg one's
That's
not
what I was
terrible.
actually looking at, yeah. Or the coffee.
Mm-hmm.
The US's Raimondo vows strongest action on Huawei's chip breakthrough.
Five? 25s? Two and a half minutes till last 15s.
If this was gonna hold, I'd want buyers to hold tier on EOS, where we've been selling over and over and over again.
Early market on close imbalance is still sitting at 586 million to the buy side.
As we sit here doing nothing, I would like to report I had my first curry puff last night, and it was phenomenal. If you guys are slipping on the curry puff life, don't be like me. Yeah, man, it's phenomenal.
You had it with beef?
I think they were pork.
You can get them at like Thai restaurants usually.
That's where I got it from. It was a Thai restaurant.
Yeah. Pretty yummy.
They slap. They do slap.
Yeah, it was very good.
Pretty yummy.
I'm a slut for any Caribbean pastries.
Yeah, same. Some
Yes,
Jamaican patties.
Oh, I will eat like 5 of those and have a stomachache. I don't even care.
Yep.
Gotta wash it down with some 50 milligram sugarcane soda too.
Yeah, man. I mean, nothing has really changed. Look at this delta by price. You know, it's a balance node. You buy the bottom, you sell the top. The end. Oh, you want to see something better, Varg? There's a brewery by me that are doing these mini donut cream sodas.
Donut cream soda.
That sounds good, but it also sounds dense.
They're very dense. They're very dense. They are. It's like 56 grams of sugar in it.
That's a pack of Skittles, dude. Holy
Yeah.
Market
It's
on
like
close
a
imbalance.
cinnamon cream
1.9
soda.
billion to the sell side.
It would be, that's something that, like, if it was one of like the malt beverages, it would be undrinkable. It's too sugary.
it's that much overpowering? Damn.
Yeah, like it's literally like sucking on a sugar cube, man. It's crazy. But they're good.
So like after you're done having it, you just crave water.
Yes, yes.
See, in the Caribbean, we have something called mitai, which is basically like it's basically like a fried stick of sugar.
Ooh.
It's so good. My aunt does it usually during the holidays. One little tiny like stick of it is probably 26 grams of sugar in just
Is
a
it
tiny little stick.
like a churro like
Yeah,
base?
think like a churro, but thinner and almost like the consistency of a French fry, but
Ooh.
crispy.
Interesting.
But I'll sit there and eat like a bag of it, of like maybe like 30. And then I'll just lay on the couch and just feel sick for like 4 hours.
Yeah, and then do it again.
And then I'll do it again, yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Here you go, Dapper. This is what they look like.
I have to actually like try to make them. Oh, cool. Oh, interesting. Yeah, these look deadly.
And my aunt used to be a baker, so what she would do is she would use like the actual like British like icing that's made from sugar cane,
Mm-hmm.
and she would use that and like blend it down to a consistency and then coat it with that. Oh, dude, I want some now. I'm about to drive to Queens, New York to go pick some up. It's so good.
I wonder if the Jamaican place by me has these.
Usually any like West Indian or Jamaican place will have it. Everyone has their own thing. Like, I don't know, depends. Where are you again? What state?
Yeah, St. Paul.
Minnesota? I mean,
There's some decent Jamaican food. There's not a huge Jamaican population, but
yeah, I'm in Jersey, and around me there isn't shit. If I want like good like Caribbean or West Indian food, I gotta drive out to Queens in New York.
it's just as cocoa bread.
If you ever get a chance to try Prasad.
$24 is traded there. 4.5 minutes on the day.
Final MOC was 1.9 bill sell side. I don't know if it said it. I was gone.
I think it was Tuesday, we had a 2 trillion MOC.
Interesting.
It was crazy. Pretty sure it was Tuesday. No, there was a trill. There's no way it was billion. Unless I'm like actually just talking. There is like one day that was absolutely massive. Is there a place that tracks like the MOCs?
This is ESADR into 2650.
Yeah, I'm probably wrong, Surf. I swear it was big, though. I hate that I can't like search within Financial Juice's tweets. I just completely... I must have been the 2.4 bill. Yeah, okay, so I'm just an idiot. But we already knew that. Way to rain on my parade, Surf. Yep, that's my man. Alright, 25 traded. ADR hit. Surely everyone held from like 46.10, right?
Surely. I couldn't even be bothered to hold a runner. That is saying something.
Actually true.
So done. Who's teaching class today, guys? Rory?
Aram said he was gonna. I gave him a trade.
I got it, guys. Don't worry.
You got it? Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
yeah. I'm just gonna stream Overwatch.
Nice.
I don't know about that one. All right, I will see you all in a half hour. We will do something. For this will actually be good. So I know there's like a handful of like new faces in chat. I think a lot of them kind of just left, unfortunately. But if people have questions on things we're saying or overview on just any of like our strategy, I know there's a lot of information to kind of absorb. So if people have questions, any questions, specifically new members, let us know so we can address that. But I'll see you guys in a half hour. Goodbye. I'm gonna go eat some eggs.
I'm gonna close the YouTube stream and then I'm gonna relaunch with a new stream probably in 30 minutes. I'll have to see. Usually we stick with education for premium only, so I'll have to see if we're gonna do it on YouTube or not. I'm not sure as of yet. But thanks for tuning in. If you are a premium member, you want to go down to the class channel, voice channel on our Discord if you would like to attend class. Again, I'm not sure if we're doing it on YouTube or if it'll be a Discord video stream only. So make sure that you're in that classroom and not waiting for a YouTube stream. If I do not log back in on YouTube, I will see you guys all Wednesday. That is our next stream. You can catch me live Monday, Wednesday, Friday on YouTube. For now. If you want to have any sort of new, any sort of market data or levels or commentary on the days off, then you can join us on our Discord. All right, you guys have a good one. you have any questions, hit me up on Discord. Have a great day.